Therefore, I now call on the Honorable Premier and Leader of Government Business to report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have gone through in the committee stage the Electronic Transfer of Funds Act. And Mr. Speaker, just to briefly recap that the purpose of the bill was to seek to regulate the transfer of money through electronic means, such as by use of bank cards, credit cards, smart cards, online banking transfers, and mobile commerce for the purpose of authorizing payments to or from a cardholder's account. And the bill creates a number of offenses related to theft, forgery, and other dishonest use of a credit card, debit card, bank card, smart card, or the number and data associated with such card or bank account, and is intended to build user confidence in electronic commerce and electronic transfers. Mr. Speaker, this bill is comprised of 22 clauses, and it is also part of the suite of e-government legislation that this government has brought forward so that we can make doing business with government and private sector and overall in the BVI more effective and more efficient. And as I always state, once you improve effectiveness and efficiency, automatically you always increase revenue, Mr. Speaker, and that's providing that you keep your product at a level that everyone, Mr. Speaker, would aspire to be associated with in one way or the other. So, Mr. Speaker, we have spent quite a few hours with the Electronic Transfer of Funds Act, and now, Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Electronic Transfer of Funds Act has passed through the committee with amendment. Mr. Speaker, so I move that the bill entitled Electronic Transfer of Funds Act 2019 as amended be read a third time and passed as amended. It's now 2021, sorry. That was one of the amendments. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Electronic Transfer of Funds Act 2019 be now read a third time and pass as amended. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Electronic Transfer of Funds Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed as amended. I now call again upon the Premier to move a motion for another bill, Electronic Filing Act 2019.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for me having this opportunity to move the motion for the Electronic Filing Act 2019. So, Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence for one quick second. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled, I move the second and third reading of the bill entitled Electronic Filing Act 2019. I move that the bill shortly entitled Electronic Transfer Act 2019 be read a second time. Electronic Filing Act 2019. So I move that the second and third reading of the bill entitled Electronic Filing Act 2019, second and third reading of the bill Electronic Filing Act 2019, that be read a second and third time, and I move that the bill that the bill shortly entitled Electronic Filing Act 2019 be read a second time. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I will gravitate towards making sure that we have all the necessary information, Mr. Speaker, on this bill, Mr. Speaker, as we do the debate on it. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to state first of all that I do thank all those who have made this possible. It is again within the suite of legislation that this government has brought for approval by this honorable House so that we can move swiftly towards the e-government and the government and also private sector feeling as secure as possible with legislation that will not only protect but also create a framework for which they can now operate and do business electronically, and as most persons would refer to as online. Mr. Speaker, this Electronic Filing Act bill seeks to provide for the use of electronic records and documents during transactions with public authorities. It would provide flexibility for public authorities to design electronic forms suited for online transactions and hence improve the customer's overall e-government experience. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a very short bill, but in my years of being in this House, short bills usually last the longest. But this bill, Mr. Speaker, is one in which, again, will only value add to doing business with the government of the Virgin Islands and the entire territory, private sector, more effective and more efficient. And as I always say, effectiveness and efficiency with a good product always leads to more revenue. Even if the product costs just a little more, persons would pay more for effectiveness and efficiency. And Mr. Speaker, and the professionalism, of course. But not that this product is going to cost more, but just gives you a clear picture of when you have a good product and your service is one that has been deemed to be effective and efficient, and the service that is given is professional, Mr. Speaker, persons don't mind paying a little more in general. But we're talking about overall transactions here in the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, and how do we allow persons to be able to use online to pay, whether it's their water bill with government in terms of the public sector, or to pay whether their inland revenue taxes, or whether it's to pay Social Security, or whether it is to pay any bill that is associated with government that you may have to pay, knowing that this now will allow, with the Electronic Filing Act, allow us to be able, as a people, to have a paradigm shift in the way government does business. This, again, will revolutionize the way government does business. It is long in coming, but it's still within its time. So persons don't have to be, now have to come to Road Town in Tortola to pay a bill. You could stay whether it is West End, Bellevue, East End, Carrot Bay, King Garden Bay, or you can stay even in Jost Van Dyke. You can stay in Anegada, you can stay from Virgin Gorda, you can stay on Camano once the signal is up with for the internet, and any other islands or islet in the BVI and in the world, and actually do business now with government because of the suite of legislation that will be passed, and that will allow you to pay whatever you need to pay, or even get documents downloaded and filled out, and also have them submitted. This, Mr. Speaker, is quite innovative, even to the point where the whole data protection that we did before in electronic transfer of funds and many other areas goes hand in glove even with the information system that we're putting in, that has already been installed and continue to emerge at the Immigration Department and even with Labor. As you know now, when you come into the Immigration Department, you see that more through the planes belongers and will get their passport swiped. And I think the time now that it takes to process you because of the electronic processing is roughly now 25 to 30 seconds. If I'm not mistaken, the Minister of Health will clarify that. And also it lends itself to where we're going to protect that data. And we already passed a law to protect such data. But even so, with the kiosks that are coming, I think within the next month or two, we should have at least one kiosk in the Terence B. Lettsome International Airport and the other kiosks by the ferry terminal in Road Town. And you won't have to wait anymore when you land. You will just go to the kiosk like you've done in most other countries, like when we land in Puerto Rico or even Jamaica, one or two areas, and you are a resident and a belonger, you just go with your passport and you could check yourself in. And Mr. Speaker, we're talking about checking yourself in with just seconds. This system is already set up, and now we have been able to cement more protection for the data that those systems will be producing under the Data Protection Act and the other acts that we are doing, along with there's some other innovative immigration amendments to policies and even legislations that will be coming very soon that will also allow us through these e-government suite of legislation for it to be easy for persons or easier, well, now easier and possible, because in some cases it would not have been possible for persons to do business or run their business from right here in the BVI for a certain period of time, as has been done in certain other territories. So, Mr. Speaker, there are some caveats to ours that we feel would give us a advantage, but we will say more about that in the coming weeks. Mr. Speaker, with that in mind, that allows our people of the Virgin Islands to now be not on the cutting edge now, but on the bleeding edge of technology, and on negotiations on the way through the process of getting going with our telecom companies and how do we improve the internet, because the next gold mine for us with our economy and improvements to our economy and other revenue streams that will come to our territory, most of them will significantly depend on the very effective internet system, and also to make sure that we do have laws to allow business to be done online from the Virgin Islands, and also the protection of data and many other areas from the Virgin Islands that we would be having to be able to secure. So, Mr. Speaker, when we pass these bills, they're not being done in isolation. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we will see where these passing of these bills in government will tie into many other areas that we will be bringing very soon in terms of new revenue makers for the territory and to enhance already existing revenue makers. And Mr. Speaker, I want to just revert 1 minute when I say about effectiveness, because at times some persons would come to pay a bill to government, a statutory body, or even privately. And what they would end up doing, Mr. Speaker, is if the line, is too long, and they glimpse it in their car, they would even drive away. Or if they're in the line, they would leave and say, well, I'll come back at some other time. But that can be dealt with now in a different way. It could not be done before because the legislation was not passed allowing government to receive payments for all its entities through credit cards or debit cards, etc. It was difficult. It was done in certain areas, but difficult. So, and persons were immensely concerned about the protection of their information. So, Mr. Speaker, we've seen that these transactions with public authorities now will be greatly assisted through the passing of these legislations. So with that, the documents also that will be shared will also be given the assurance, as much as is humanly possible, that the information will be secure and authentic. Let's not forget about the authenticity of the document, because we know online persons can duplicate just about anything. So the authenticity of the document, knowing that it is from the government of the Virgin Islands, and knowing that when you do return it, that you are returning it to the government of the Virgin Islands, given all the safeguards that are being put in place with these documents as you do your transactions, so that it does not go to some other entity that gets your credit card information or gets your online, your debit card information, but it goes to the right entity. And that entity now is legally bound to ensure that it secures your information and not have it shared or not have it disseminated in any shape or form. And also you will see in terms of the other laws, that the acts that were passed have penalties and severe penalties for persons who would even attempt to move in such a direction. Mr. Speaker, this is indeed forward thinking, indeed, as I said, a bleeding edge of technology in the territory. I'm pleased to be with the government of the day that has brought this technology. I thank all those who have worked, as I always said before. We have the Attorney General and her team who have worked hard, and the former Attorney General also. But we also thank this Attorney General in a duplicate mode, because the Attorney General started in other capacity as Permanent Secretary a few years ago, before my tenure as Premier. But nonetheless, a mission that was started and did a lot of legwork along with the junior minister at the time, who's now the leader of the opposition. And we came in government as a continuum, and we were able to jump on all these and jump on many more things in government, so that some of them were continued, some of them were new, and some of them are innovative that are coming to the people of the Virgin Islands. But the main thing is that we were able to execute now and bring it to reality. And Mr. Speaker, this bringing it to reality is timely. We have seen how difficult it is to have government do business in times of shutdowns, lockdowns, etc. during COVID-19. And may I add that although the efforts of this territory have been quite remarkable, with our health team and our law enforcement team and our legal team and the government of the Virgin Islands overall, and the House of Assembly members, my government members, and it has been noble, but it's all pales in comparison to the favor that God has given us to deal with it. But while all of that has been noble, we still have to be vigilant, because the strain, there are 7 other versions of that COVID-19 that mutating all the time, and we have to pay particular attention to these 7 new strains. It's very important. So I thank you all for highlighting those strains, because, Mr. Speaker, it tells us that we're not out of the woods as yet. And the truth be told, we have to learn how to live and work with COVID-19, no matter what variation of the strain comes out. And we have to stay ahead of the curve. And we are trying to make sure that we stay ahead of the curve. And one of the things that we do with staying ahead of the curve is to make sure that we have to make sure that we do what is necessary as leaders in this House of Assembly to make sure that the business of government continues. We saw during the the lockdown and there was difficulty with financial services, and we were able to amend certain legislation for financial services to allow it to continue to operate in the middle of pandemic before the act allowed for continuity during a hurricane, given that was Irma that came. But we were able to make an amendment in 2020 that allowed financial services to continue to operate even in the midst of the lockdown. And although we didn't realize the regular revenues from it, it still performed better than the revised projections that were done for the 2020 by the end of December 31st, 2020. It still performed better than the projections that was brought to this Honorable House and approved through the revised budget. So the actual figures were above. And those initiatives and those course of actions shows the innovation that was done by your government to be forward thinking, to make sure that we stay proactive, that even during difficult times we can pass legislation that can still help our economy continue to function. Granted that there's no economy in the world that is functioning immaculately as they were performing before COVID-19. All economies around the world are experiencing extreme hardship. And if there's any that is not, I would like someone to point it out to me. So those are some of the areas that your government move forward with its plan to make sure that we secured and shore up that financial services industry during the COVID-19 pandemic when it was at its height in the Virgin Islands. And also, after it started to not ease, but we started to contain it more, we were able to show up more of the construction industry. And here now what we are doing with the plans that we have brought forward through these legislation, we're now showing up the government overall that it can continue to function in the middle of pandemics or anything at all, as long as we have the internet service that is running, and also, Mr. Speaker, as long as we have effective and efficient service, which I know will be more than forthcoming. I'm really excited, Mr. Speaker, about these suite of legislation with e-government, about doing business online with government and other private entities, and about securing your documents and authenticity of your documents, Mr. Speaker, to avoid fraud and avoid all kind of other scams and schemes. So this now is forward thinking. We know that we live in an era of technology. It goes without saying, the youngest child now, and even the newborn seem to be born knowing how to use a computer and how to use technology. I was amazed a few days ago when I saw a good friend of mine, 2-year-old, actually had an electronic device, and how they were handling it so effectively. You would think that they were here already and just in a 2-year-old's body. But that is the era, or the era that we are in now. And as a result, we cannot wait until that generation reaches a certain age to amend laws or to bring laws to the House to be passed to facilitate their era of how business will be done in the Virgin Islands. So, Mr. Speaker, as a government, we continue to be proactive in this facet. And again, I commend this bill, the Electronic Filing Act 2019, to this Honorable House for debate, and then to go into, wrap up the debate and go into the committee stage for a clause by clause, line by line, word by word analysis of the bill to make sure that we have passed one of the strongest bills. And, Mr. Speaker, come back out and pass what we would consider some more historic legislation. And right behind, on the heels of the Data Protection Act 2019, on the heels of the Electronic Transfer of Funds Act 2021, sorry, they're 21 now, and on the heels of the Electronic Filing Act, and on the heels of the Electronic Transaction Act, we have coming very soon after public debate some good governance legislation to ensure that what is not taken care of in totality in terms of security online will also now be factored in with the good governance of where government does business, whether it be whistleblower legislation, which has already had its first reading, where anyone that sees anything that is going wrong in any private business or in the government and in terms of illegal activities and decides to speak, Mr. Speaker, once they do it without any mischievousness or maliciousness, they'll be rewarded and protected. But if they bring false information, they also have to pay, Mr. Speaker, because a man's reputation is all that he has. So that is on the heels coming along with the Contractor General legislation, which also had its first reading in this House of Assembly, another suite of good governance legislation, which ensures that if you see anything that is unjust and not legal or raises any red flag with government contracts or government conduct, the Contractor General, whose job will not overlap the Auditor General nor overlap the Complaints Commissioner, but has an immediate active role into looking into these contracts. So that's another facet of the suite of good governance legislation. There'll be a good balance for all these electronic legislation to allow government to do business and the people of the Virgin Islands to do business online and secure and with integrity. So, Mr. Speaker, all of this is, and more is what your government continues to bring forward to allow for new doors, new avenues of opportunity to open for our people, but still to allow and ensure that there's protection by the law to ensure and the integrity of the process, the integrity of persons who will be manning these systems, and the integrity of persons who will be using those systems. So, Mr. Speaker, it brings a balance. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I commit this bill to this honorable House for debate, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And while I'm on my feet, I will just give a brief support to this bill. As we understand, this is one of the many bills that would be coming in to complement what we started with the Data Protection and the Electronic Transfer of Funds Act. And now we have the Electronic Filing Act 2019. And Mr. Speaker, as we are aware, we are finally here where we can now embrace technology as a government. Though technology is the way of the world, we now as government and statutory bodies, we can use this technology in a legal fashion. I know there are quite a few departments that are excited about this and these acts so that they can actually be able to now put the processes and the policies that they have all started working on in place, and where they'll see more efficiency in the services that they provide. Mr. Speaker, we understand that the transfer of information, we must have it secured as well. So these legislation would safeguard the integrity of that information that will be transferred from the customers and to the agencies alike. Mr. Speaker, we know technology increases efficiency, and that is something that this government, we are working quite hard. We've made it a priority to make sure that the departments and all the processes that we have, they work in a more efficient manner. Though it has taken quite some time, we too understand the importance of green technology, where we have touted where we want to make sure that we are 60% less the use of carbon footprint, or make sure that we minimize the use and use 60% less. And Mr. Speaker, all these legislation would assist in that. And this Electronic Filing Act, as we go to the committee stage, Mr. Speaker, we look forward to debating and understanding it and going through piece by piece. But, Mr. Speaker, we must also understand how important it is to make sure that with the use of technology, we must have systems in place so that they can protect your information, because now you'll be using more electronic signatures, electronic documents, whether it's your credit card, all that information must be secured. And, Mr. Speaker, we must make sure that all those things are in place as well. And we too understand how technology works, because when something happens, you must have a backup system in place also. So all these things, Mr. Speaker, will be taken in place once these legislations are in place to make sure that we have a proper working system. So, Mr. Speaker, as this is the third of 5 of these bills that we will be debating, I am in full support, and I compliment what the Premier said in terms of all who worked on these legislation, the Attorney General, past administration. But, Mr. Speaker, we are here now to implement them. And though we have a lot of plans, Mr. Speaker, we must execute on those plans. And that is what we are here doing. Even though we are going through this pandemic, we must continue to work. And that is why we are here committed to passing these legislation and making sure that this government is equipped and embraces technology as it is the way of the future. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I say thank you, and I lend my support to this bill. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for the 5th District for his contributions. The floor is now open. I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labour and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honourable Vincent O. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will not be too long like my previous speaker, but I too rise to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, this is the 3rd e-government legislation we are bringing for this sitting alone. And all these pieces here work together for a common good. We must modernize our service. We must become more efficient, and we must make the ease of doing business in the Virgin Islands easier if you're going to remain competitive. Well, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the objects and reasons for the bill, I'm tickled by it because of the possibilities that it's going to make possible. Mr. Speaker, it says, the bill seeks to provide for the use of electronic records and documents during transactions with public authorities. It will provide flexibility for public authorities to design electronic forms suited for online transactions, and hence improve the customer's overall e-government experience. Mr. Speaker, that word flexibility there is key, because persons might not be aware of this, but many services that businesses get from government, they must, at this current time, come to Rotown to have that service carried out. This bill here is going to bring flexibility. Take, for example, Mr. Speaker, if your business depended on the apostille process to achieve what it's trying to do, apostilles are only done in one place, and that's here in Rotown. So if a business wanted to be in Virgin Gorda or Enegada, imagine being in Enegada doing a business that required an apostille. It means you have to leave Enegada to come to Tortola to get the apostille, to go back to Enegada to complete that business transaction. This act here will let business remain on Enegada or Virgin Gorda or anywhere outside of Rotown and carry out their business. It's going to bring flexibility to where businesses can be located. And hopefully the businesses will take advantage of this here and expand out of Rotown. The Sister Islands, to East End, to West End, to Enegada. The Speaker, we've been trying for many, many years to encourage trust companies. Try Virgin Gorda, try Enegada. Every single time, this was the reason here. It's not practical because I have to come back into Rotown to carry out certain transactions. Mr. Speaker, this here is going to erase that excuse, so they have to find another excuse going forward where they can move out of Rotown and go someplace else. Could be Jost Van Dyke, Virgin Gorda, North Song, anywhere in the BVI, because this here lets them do that. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we must modernize. I was thinking this morning as I was going through, they said, listen to the Premier. There was a time when there were no credit cards in the world. And I remember very clearly when credit cards became something here in the BVI. And the process was very simple. You went, you did a purchase, whatever. You presented your credit card, they brought the machine out, they put a card on it, put in a paper, and you pull that machine across it and make an impression of the card onto the paper. Then you probably mail it away and you got paid some point in time. Then, Mr. Speaker, I remember a few years ago, they moved from that manual system to electronic system, where when you went to, let's say, a restaurant, when you're going to pay a bill, there was no paper anymore, there was a machine somewhere at the back of the business. And they took your card and they went in the back and they put the card in and they brought back your receipt, which you signed. Mr. Speaker, I remember later on, in fact, the first time I started, I think I was in France, 1997, so a long time ago, where for the first time I saw a machine being brought to my table. I'd never seen them before. I didn't think you could make a wireless machine. That machine took 20 years to get to the BVI. The first time I saw it in the BVI was 20 years later. The machine came to where they could bring the machine to your table, so your card never left your table. That was the reason why they invented those, because they say in Europe, it was illegal to remove the card from the person's presence. Because if you take my card in the back room, you could take a picture of it, whatever, and you could do fraudulent things. So they make them now bring the machine to your table. Then, Mr. Speaker, I was traveling, must have been 2 or 3 years ago. Never forget it, I was in London, and I went to a little restaurant, and I was going up to the bar to pay, and I saw a gentleman came and he brought a machine, he tapped the machine and he walked away. So I asked the lady, what just happened there? She said, well, he just paid. So he went to a whole new level to where these machines, you just tap the card on the machine. You use Wi-Fi. You tap the card on the machine, and everything happens there. No insulting anything. The card never leaves your hand. Take your card, touch the machine, and you're gone. I've seen, I think, 2 in the BVI so far. I saw one about a month ago. First time I've seen one in the BVI, where you can just touch the machine, and you're done. There's no paper or nothing. And then, Mr. Speaker, I saw a few days ago a little ad on a billboard in Virgin Gorda. I didn't really stop to read the app because I'm like, why am I reading an app about a ferry service? Mr. Speaker, I saw a ferry service has taken this thing to a whole new level. You don't even walk with your cat anymore. You walk with your phone, and when you get on a ferry, you show your phone, and your passage is paid. They call it making doing business easier. And that's all we are trying to achieve here, Mr. Speaker. The same way the businesses could make doing business with them easier and more efficient and more flexible. We as a government that serves the public, we must seek to do the very same thing. Just because there are more pieces of the e-government suite yet to come. Because we're not stopping just there, we're going beyond this here. Because we have to modernize our BVI economy if you're going to survive, if you're going to remain competitive, if you're going to attract various business persons to our shores. We must remain competitive. I must thank the Premier for his push to get all these pieces coming forward. It's going to take a while to get them all here. I think it's some 45 pieces total to make this whole thing work properly. But it's a step, Mr. Speaker, in the right direction. With those few words, I thank you.
I thank the member for the 9th District for his contribution. I have a list of 2 other members wishing to speak. I will start first with the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member, the Honorable Neville A. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise also to give a little bit of contribution towards it because I think the Premier and other members have done a good job on this. But, Mr. Speaker, it leads me to ask a question. Since we're doing this, Mr. Speaker, electronic filing, and we also have electronic voting. How can we tie these two together? That our students who are away to school don't have to make that long journey, or people who are away make that long journey to come back home to vote. I think that's something food for thought, Mr. Speaker, because you know, at times when you have elections, it also will be very transparent in a way, because if they're away and they could get this done in a proper manner, they won't have to spend their money to come home to vote. So I think it's food for thought. I just want to add that to the caveat if there's some way we could tie this in together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Speaker for his contribution. At this time, I call on the Junior Minister for Trade and Economic Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Shireen D. Flax Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise in support of this bill. What I would say, Mr. Speaker, is this bill is going to revolutionize the innovation of doing business, not only in the public sector, but it is going to be a marriage of both the public and the private sector doing business in a more expeditious manner. As the Junior Minister of Trade and Economic Development, Mr. Speaker, this is a step in the right direction because businesses are now being more innovative, and we as government need to do the same. I think the Honorable from the 9th District stole a little bit of my, my remarks that I wanted to give in debating this particular bill. But this morning, I too was able to ride on the ferry. I did not even have to pull out my credit card because I did that at home last night. And I opened my app for the Sensation Ferry Company, and I bought my weekly 10-trip ticket online using their app. Got on the ferry, and as the minister rightly said, I just held my phone up, and they credited my trip across. This is what we call innovation in business in the BVI. And it not only speaks to innovation, Mr. Speaker, it also speaks to the commitment that we, the government, and now many businesses like Sensation Ferries has for green technology and for preserving the environment. No longer will we have to use a paper ticket or several paper tickets back and forth every time we ride the ferry. And so this is a welcome news that government too is moving in the right direction, and we look forward to the day when all of us will be able to stay at home and simply pay all our bills, as well as conduct the necessary business to go through life. And the ease of doing business, Mr. Speaker, is something that is most important. With the on-stream, the coming on of the Trade Commission as well, that is one of the mandates that we have, is to make it easier to do business in the BVI, Mr. Speaker. And with the passing of this bill, Mr. Speaker, this, in fact, among the others, will allow us to do so. Thank you very much.
I thank the territorial member for her contributions. The floor is still open for the debate on the Electronic Filing Act 2019. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition and the representative for the 8th District, the Honorable Marlon A. Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to, since I was asked by my neighboring member for the East, representative for the East, I think it's important for me to give contribution. I had no intention, Mr. Speaker, but it would be remiss of me as someone who has worked in this industry and this field, and particularly on these particular piece of legislation, to not give some content and context in terms of the intent and what this legislation aims to do for business in the BVI and overall improvement of the way of life and the quality of life for persons in the territory. Speaker, I firstly would like to commend all the persons as governments a continuum who worked on this and all the suites of legislations that's before this Honorable House today. It speaks to the level of forward thinking within the territory, within the service. And I want to commend the government for following through on the work that was done by many persons previously. The Premier raised many of those individuals, the now Attorney General, who was then the PS, former PSs who worked to get the ball rolling as it relates to the overall modernization of not just the public service, but the modernization of the territory. Because as we all know, we live in a global economic village. Technology is a key driver of that economic village. So it's important for us to have the legislative framework and the technological framework to facilitate us functioning in that economic village. I think it's important also that we allow the public to understand what this means for them, and it means for them doing business in the territory, and need for them to start to look beyond just economic activity within the borders of the Virgin Islands, but look at customer base outside globally. And these suites of legislation gives you the capacity and the ability to be able to expand your opportunities and your horizons as it relates to economic opportunities, and improve and increase your customer base. So since you asked me to speak, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to speak for a little while. I can't guarantee that I'll be brief like the other members, because this is, as you know, this is a subject that I have a passion for. It's something that has been my swan song in this Honorable House about us modernizing our economy, modernizing the way that we do business. And this bill, the Electronic Transactions Act 2019, while it's new and the aim is to modernize.
Honorable Minister, sorry, Honorable Member, we're dealing with the Electronic Filing Act
Sorry,
2019.
I got to pick up the wrong document, Mr. Speaker, sir. Electronic Filing Act 2019, I apologize.
No problem. Very well. You may continue.
Give me the wrong one. Mr. Speaker, this bill actually replaces or seeks to replace the Electronic Transaction Act of 2001 that we had in place some 20 years ago. And I think it's important to put that in context because that particular act gave us some abilities. Though it's 20 years old, it gave us the capacity to be able to do what we call electronic filing. And that act was the basis on which the Virgin system and the modernization of the Financial Services Commission actually took place. And it also gave us a quorum. We lose a quorum, Mr. Speaker. We lost a quorum, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, we have?
Yeah.
Haven't been informed that we have lost our quorum. The House will be in recess for 1 minute. This House is in recess. Please be seated. Having been advised that we are back in quorum, I call on the Leader of the Opposition to continue his presentation on the Electronic Filing Act 2019. This House now resumes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for opportunity to continue. I have to now regain my rhythm, Mr. Speaker. You know it is when you're getting a little older to keep your rhythm. But Mr. Speaker, I think, as I was saying, all of these bills are intertwined. And I think we could safely debate all of them on the same merit because they're all intertwined. Filing, transactions, transfer, it's potato. It's intended to, the intent is to really modernize how we do business now manually and duplicate that process through electronic means. So I'll interchange between the both, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's important because you can't do one without the other. And sort of put context to the discourse on this particular piece of legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, the Act, the 2001 Electronic Transaction Act, I think was the basis for electronic filing, electronic transactions, and all of these different acts that we now seek to have some singular piece of legislation to facilitate how we did business electronically in the territory. Mr. Speaker, in 2004, 2005, late 2004, 2005, thereabouts, the Commission, Financial Services Commission, sought to modernize the financial services industry. In fact, we learned about this plan live at an announcement by the then CEO of Financial Services Commission, Dr. Robert Mactavius, and we learned that we had to move with haste to have a system in place within a year. Mr. Speaker, we did so, and the basis of that was we needed legislation to sort of validate the electronic filings, electronic transactions, and just the overall doing business through electronic means. And the 2001 Electronic Transaction Act provided that basis. So we always had sort of a basis for e-government, for electronic transaction, but I think it wasn't robust enough for us to do all the things that we are seeking to do now in a 2021 era. So there's always been a basis for that. And I think I want to really, and I'm going back there because I think it's important for the public to understand what these bills are seeking to achieve. Through the old 2001 Act, we were able to launch the Virgin system. In late 2005, a soft launch and officially launched in 2006. And we're now on the heels of 15 years since that system has been in place. And I think it's important to highlight how that has transformed our economy from a point of view of revenue and how it was able to ensure that there was consistency and a level of ease of doing business. You heard the Minister for Natural Resources and Labor talk about ease of doing business with the Financial Services Commission. Speaker, we know through that work 15 years ago, we were able to do what we call total online filing. So if you want to incorporate a company, all the documents are filed online. If you want to do a change of register, all of those documents are filed online. If you want to file a director, a change of director, you do that online. It's even done to the point where all the certificates have been, go back to a receipt of your filing has been filed, the approval goes back to individuals online with embedded watermarks, and so forth for the authenticity of the documentation. So we now have, and we've always had, the ability to do those things in the context. But what these legislations seek to do, because as we know, technology is ever changing. The world of technology, we have new systems, we have new ways of doing things through technology. So our legislative framework has to keep up with the advancements in technology. And I think when the initial work started on these pieces of legislation, it was intended to ensure that we are up to date in the way that technology interacts now within the public space. So now you have situations where even now, if you want to file a certificate of good standing, you don't even need to be. No one needs to be at the registry. You have automatic approvals. So it gives that level of confidence in the institution. So persons who are working in another time zone could file that they need to do a business transaction, could file their certificate of good standing. Once their company is up to date, there's their particular criteria. Once they're in good standing and all the things are up to date with the documentation, they have a good standing going back to them instantaneously. It gives, I want persons to understand how this has transformed FSC and how it will transform the way the public service works. In terms of transaction, I did a brief analysis in terms of how much transactions have been processed through that system since 2006 in terms of revenue. If you look at just on the basis of government revenue, because of what we've been able to do with that system, or what the country and the territory and the people at FSC were able to do, I had a small role to play in that as a project manager, but it was a team effort. And I want to commend the team at FSC for the work that they did to get that system in place for the people of this territory. Over 3.5 billion with a B since the inception of Virgin, and revenues have been processed through that system for the people of the Virgin Islands. 3.5 billion. And for the financial services industry, it has facilitated trillions with a T, trillions of dollars in economic activity. Trillions between various financial deals. As you know, BVI is a major cog in the global financial network, legitimate financial business that we facilitate on a daily basis as a territory, as an industry. And through the use of technology, we've been able to facilitate trillions with a T in terms of economic activity globally. And I think we need to be commended, and the persons behind that and the work that went into that need to be commended for ensuring that we facilitate that. And the vision was, and I know that the vision still is, that the government and the public service needs to be transformed in the same way. We need to ensure that we leverage the wealth of data that we have within the government service, the wealth of information that is just housed in physical files, that is a gold mine sitting on the desk and the storerooms within government systems. We did the Data Protection Act. Google was fined some 30 or 40 million dollars in revenue and fines because of the way that they were mining personal data. Data that they were selling and making hundreds of millions and even billions of dollars from. We have an opportunity not just to put this legislation in place, but ensure that the frameworks are executed to ensure that we can mine our own data as a government, as a public, as a territory, and generate the revenue streams that is intended, and create those new revenue opportunities for our country. One of the things that we were able to do, what was able to be done through Virgin, was the issue of searches. Searches used to be something persons come up to the registry, you sit down in a corner, you get a stack of files, and normally the large member from the East used to be in charge of that really from when he in his Harney's days. But now that's done online, totally online, and that in itself has created a new revenue stream for the territory through online searches. Now that everything is being filed online, it makes it more easier and more efficient to do searches. So that is what technology does. While they take away an opportunity here, they create 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 opportunities down the road for the territory and the people. So we have to figure out how are we going to monetize the data. And the legislation is good, and it's good to have these discussions and have this debate, but it has to be the next step. The key thing is the next step. And the government is the next platform, the next frontier for us in terms of how we're going to monetize the way that government operates and does business. And I want to really put in perspective a couple of things concerning e-government. I mean, we could have, the 2001 Electronic Transfer Transaction Act, while it wasn't ideal, we could have facilitated our e-government process through that legislation. I think where we fell down as a territory is that we did not follow through in terms of the framework that we had in place, we put in place. I think if we will have the same result if we don't follow through after the passage of this legislation. One of the challenges that we have is that we need to break down the issue of what we call silos within government, where everyone wants to do their own thing, everybody wants their own system, they want to have their server on their desk, and that type of mindset. We need to look at government as one entity. And the discussion that the members spoke about, member for the night, concerning paying in and regarding adjustment, like it should not matter. You should be able to go to any government department anywhere and pay any service because you're paying for a government service. It's not about the department. And that is the whole framework in terms of we need to look at in terms of the future of how e-government functions going forward. For example, I'll just use the example of when we met in 2012, 2014, I think it was, when we did the amalgamation of government website. We had over 200 plus websites scattered across government. We essentially were able to get them down to one single portal, which saved the government close to $50 million annually in revenue. Cost savings in terms of technology again. The issue of monetization is the most critical issue in terms of how we use and how we deal with our data. For instance, we have the GIS system. That's a global information system that houses all these land information issues on our land registry, issues of block and parcel of land all around the territory. A lot of inland revenue data is in those systems. We have some of the best GIS experts here. And I know many of us are members, especially district members, when we had the shutdown, initial shutdown in March, when we had the feed-in program, had to get food to our people. It is that GIS system that was used to ensure that we facilitated where persons were and their location in. So there's the data within the systems, within the government services that we need to find a way to be able to earn revenue from them. So it all encapsulates the importance of not just transforming the way we do business in terms of e-government and all these services, but ensuring that we maximize the use of the services for the people and the benefit of the people of this country. I think one of the issues that we have to be careful of, and this is just me talking out loud, just between us here, Premier, is we have to ensure that once we move from this point, that there is one person responsible for charting the course as it relates to transforming the government services as it relates to technology. One of the things that was done is that we've passed in the budget the position, which is a CIO. That person will be responsible for overall government services as Chief Information Officer. And that has nothing to do with communications. That is somebody who is dealing with ICT, business development, and overall strategy as it relates to technology. And that person has to drive this whole endeavor. At the end of the day, this is something to transform the territory. We are talking about how we can create efficiencies within the service, create additional revenue streams, and we have to do this right in order to get our economy streamlining back on track. So it's something that I clearly support. I think we need to really be on the same page as it relates to the way forward. I think one of the areas of concern for me is we still continue to build systems within the government services that not subscribe to a uniformed approach. And we continue to waste government resources in a time where we could ill afford wasting government resources. For instance, we have the CAP systems, a very good system of customs. But a lot of the aspects of it is ill-conceived. We've spent $5+ million on a system, and that's the last number that I got in terms of it's a running cost with CAPS. And even when I fill out my information online to pick up my documentation from the port, in any port of entry, I still have to print what I put in to go to customs to collect my information, to collect my product, whatever it is I'm collecting. That doesn't make any sense in this modern time. So there needs to be some level of confirmation, some type of level of integration with the ports or customs at the port to say, look, I have already made this filing, my documentation in the system. All I need is a transaction number that says this is who you are, this is your transaction. They pull it up at the port, and you process my transaction. We should not be going back there. We should not be, at this day, and they're still printing paper. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to charge you. I know we're supposed to have a meeting soon to discuss the Honorable House of Assembly. We can't continue this way. We can't continue this way, Mr. Speaker. We have to set the trend as legislators. So we have to ensure that there's a centralized approach in terms of overall technology strategy as a territory. We cannot allow entities, departments, and all these areas to do as they please, and without a centralized approach, as we will continue to raise and waste taxpayers' money. And that's no accusation or no indictment on any particular government. It's just a matter of us ensuring that we do the things that are necessary going forward. I've been fortunate. I could not afford to pay to go to university. I was fortunate to be able to be afforded a scholarship by the leadership and the people of this country to go away. I think it was at the time Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill. I remember when I was leaving, I was nervous the day before I leaving. I didn't have a dime to go with. But I went and I sat in his office, and he walked with me. He made sure that everything was done, and I was able to leave. And I was able to get an education in a particular area. And I think I have a responsibility with the expertise that this country afforded me. If I can advise and assist in any way, I will. And I will continue to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this suite of legislation, as I've always been saying, and as I've said in this House as numerous times. It's something that I believe is important. I believe that we all have a responsibility to ensure that we make life in the Virgin Islands better than we met it, better for persons who live and work and play in the Virgin Islands. And we also need to figure out how we can make sure that we continue to innovate, that we continue to create opportunities for people opportunities for economy, opportunities for territory. And before I leave, I just want to make one last point, in particular, the Junior Minister for Trade. I think she mentioned it when she was speaking in terms of how you transform the business sector. I think one of the thinking behind the Trade Commission is to give the Trade Commission some autonomy to be able to transform the way they operate and to be more innovative. One of the thinking is to have the Trade Department function like a registry, similar to how the Registry of Corporate Affairs function, where you create that level of efficiency in the operations. And we need not reinvent the wheel. We have a good model. Our registry is one of the most world-class registries in the entire world, not in the region, not in the Caribbean, not in this hemisphere, in the world. One of the areas that we looked at, Junior Minister, and I think it's something that you should consider, is doing what we call attachment or secondment with staff from the Trade Department, just a suggestion, to walk along with the registry and see how they function, how they work, and how you could get that level of training and expertise transferred to our own people from within. We don't need to go outside to get the knowledge that we already have on the ground. And I think the Commission has the Trade Commission has tremendous potential to create efficiencies within the business sector, create opportunities through these legislation and the modernization of these legislation to create new products, not just local products, but global products. A lot of our young people are involved in technology, and there's nowhere for them to go to really understand where they could get the support. If you have a modernized registry, business registry, with the expertise lodged at that registry to create a lab to help them to understand and how to drive their innovation. The Innovative Lab was one of those areas that could help to drive innovation. And those are the type of ideas that we need to continue to push to really get our young persons or young at heart who are interested in technology and the whole issue of innovation to get them moving and get them into new business opportunities. We need to look at new high network, high value job opportunities for our people. And technology is one of the good areas to create high value job opportunities and business opportunities for our people. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the intent and what is intended with this suite of legislation. As someone who has worked in this industry for some time, I understand the benefit and the tremendous opportunities. We've seen it already with our financial services industry, how that industry has been transformed. It's now 15 years since the enactment or the development of the Virgin System, which has held this country and the people of this country in good stead. Over $3.5 billion in revenue transacted through that system, and over several trillion of dollars in transactions, global financial transactions that we facilitated as a territory. I think we need to be proud of our accomplishment as a people. I think we have much more to go, but we just have to ensure that we have the commitment, just not government continuum. Government is a continuum. And this is one of those things that has to be on a national development agenda. The transformation of our public service has to be one of those issues that transcends the changing of political administrations. There are certain things that have to be on a national level, and that we have to continue the movement of those things no matter who is in power. And I believe that is one of those things. I want to commend the government of the day for moving this agenda forward from previous administrations, not just the past one, but ones before that, who worked to ensure that we move the ball further along, not just in the best interest of our political ambitions, but for in the best interests of the people of this territory and for the best interests of our economy. Once we're doing things that are in the best interest of our economy, our people, and its territory, I will continue to support those initiatives, because at the end of the day, our ultimate reasoning for being here is to fight on behalf of the people and what's in the best interest of the people in our territory. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill has my full support, as well as the other bills associated, because I understand the intent I understand the vision and the impetus behind of them. And I look forward for us really materializing that vision into action in terms of transforming our economy, transforming our public service, and by extension, transforming our people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his contributions. Members, the floor is still open for debate. With no other member seeking to contribute to the debate, I call upon the mover of the motion, the Honorable Premier, to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank all the members who debated the bill and even supported it, because not every bill everyone would speak. But it would show that this bill could not get to this honorable House without the support of the government members, at least to start with, because you need at least a majority. So I thank my members for believing in this vision and for moving forward all the time, despite those who would always try to put in people's minds that we have no plans or no vision. But we know better. Mr. Speaker, why I always make sure that I give people where give people credit where credit is due is I believe what is Caesar, give to Caesar. And when people work on anything before your time, and even although you're the one to execute it because it had difficulties executing, you still have to give credit. Because the truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, I am one who likes to do a lot of research, being in the sciences and mathematics, and the truth is that the first person to fly a plane was not the Wright brothers. They happen to be the ones that perfected it. So they're the ones that are known for it. And if you quiz anyone and ask them who invented the airplane, they'll tell you the Wright brothers. If you quiz anyone and ask them who discovered these islands, they'll tell you Christopher Columbus. If you quiz anyone and ask them who invented the light bulb, they'll also tell you. But if you do deep research, you'll find out that most of the things that you said that was invented by someone really was started by someone else, inspired by someone else. But they could not execute, or they could not go any further. Not for anything bad, may I add. Some persons, Mr. Speaker, would be the one to be the catalyst to get things going. If you ask who is the greatest female that ever came into politics or entered politics or tried to go into politics, there'll be a debate. Some may say Ms. Parsons, some may say Sherry, some DeCastro, some may say Alva, some may say Shireen, some may say Mrs. Dancia, some may say Ms. Irene Penonier, some may say late Dolores Christopher, some may say late Edlin Smith. There'll be a debate, because those are the ones that won. But if research has shown the person that opened the way will never be mentioned unless you make sure that you get history recorded accurately, which is Ms. Millicent Mercer, who ran in a time when it was in the law that women should not be running. And she tested that, not so much in the law, but it was understood. And they tested it. And without testing it, history will show that she lost what she really won. I said that to say, Mr. Speaker, that I live a life in this government seat as Premier to give credit where credit is due. But I notice a trend, Mr. Speaker, that people scout around giving this government any credit. Not that I'm walking for it, but I'm just amazed by the scouting around of it. But the history will show that this government executed. And the government's plans were not always originated by us, but we executed. And the plans that we do have, we executed and will execute. And I'd like to say that to make sure the record is straight. This government did not come up with the idea of doing the traffic turnaround. It was there for 21 years. This government executed it. This government did not come up with the idea to fix the Market Square in Road Town. But this government executed it. This government did not come up with the idea of us going into solar, renewable energy. But we have some of our schools, Brigade of Flax, and now we're working on Ivan Dawson, even certain parts of the Honora Delvin, and we can go on in other parts, other government buildings, and Anigada will be more than 80% renewable within the end of this year into the early part of next year. This government didn't come up with it, but this government executed. And the list could go on, Mr. Speaker, with entities that we have seen for years being knocked about in this territory. And we have bit the bullet, bite the bullet and executed. Some of them popular, some not. Going somewhere, Mr. Speaker, this government didn't bring some of these bills in place, but we executed them. Because where there's no vision, the people will perish. That was in the Bible and made known by Honorable H.L. Stout, the late H.L. Stout, the great late H.L. Stout. But also I remember, and I give credit to Bishop John Ivan Klein, that said where there's a vision and the people still don't move, the people still will perish. So these were good ideas. The execution was the issue. When I listened to hear how far back these things were being discussed to 2004, all the way to now, and in 2020 is when we executing to bring them into being. Well then, if we want to give credit to those who came up with the idea, somebody with a reasonable conscience will have to give credit to those who executed it. Because that's 16 years later. You see, when you balance things and give credit where credit is due, you last a long time. And you don't have to fight for respect, it comes to you. So, Mr. Speaker, today we bring in bills to revolutionize how government is doing business, not just to set up a framework, not just to come here to pretend like we walking, but we really selling ice cream. We come to do the people's work, to pass legislation that will revolutionize doing business with government and how government does business, and to improve the effectiveness and efficiency. And, Mr. Speaker, it's not in isolation. I will show you, Mr. Speaker, why this is not in isolation as I round up the debate, Mr. Speaker, because when you look and see VISR, Virgin Islands Shipping Registry, now moving towards making sure that they pass. They have just been certified with the ISO 9001-2015, which is a UK requirement. And we just passed that to be recertified in a time when there was some of the naysayers were telling us it's impossible, we cannot get it done. And we just get through that. And yesterday I did a press conference informing the people of the Virgin Islands officially that we have passed that. What does that mean? Now we have to go towards getting ready to pass the III code to make sure that we remain in Category 1, because after Irma there was a delay with it, and then with COVID, and it keep being pushed back, and it was pushed back. Now they push it forward, but the Lord has allowed us to put the resources to get it done, because that too is the potential for another pillar, financial pillar for us. And it's moving towards electronics. Yesterday in the press conference, we explained to the people of the Virgin Islands how we're moving towards the online registration of these ships to bring revenue, Mr. Speaker. And I don't limit anything, but to be comparable in many respects to what happened in financial services. That's where we're going. And these legislation that we are bringing will make sure that the data is protected, will make sure that the transactions can be done based on law. This is a real plan, since we want to use the word plan, to show how we're using technology to bring us new revenues. And in the midst of COVID-19, rather than us lying on saying that this is the end, we have been working. You see, for some persons, they mistake the absence of noise for the lack of activity, but I read in a book, never mistake the absence of noise for the lack of activity. And we have the Data Protection Act, the Electronic Transfer of Funds Act, we're now doing the Electronic Filing Act, the Electronic Transaction Act, all on the second and third reading to pass them into law, and the framework is already inside the legislation for how these will operate. And we already passed in the budget certain positions so that when these are approved, then we can engage those positions so that they can function. Mr. Speaker, it's important to point out this so things like the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry can now take off because there's legislation to protect it while it's doing its transaction and registering electronically. And might I add that, Mr. Speaker, that the revenue to be made from that is in the millions. And we'll be soon bringing forward legislation for the Virgin Islands Shipping Registry to be a statutory body, Mr. Speaker, so that it can start to move at an even more rapid pace like what financial services did. That, Mr. Speaker, is a government working for its people. That's a government showing that it's not only planning but executing. Mr. Speaker, as I move on, I need to show where these bills are going because we're moving into fintech. Another area that needs technology, Mr. Speaker, I won't go too far there because, Mr. Speaker, I'll be coming to this house to mention a few things because the last time I said in this house that I'm not going to mention all that we're doing because people want our plans to make it fail. The newscast that seems to only print negative things about us printed it and then try to make a mockery out of me with it. And I read it and I smiled. I said, portions like these is good to read, but they will never get in the boardroom of my mind, but it's good to take note. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you say things too early, the way this territory is going, and so many people want to enjoy the benefits of this territory, other than us who helped to develop and to build it, you have to be careful what you say too soon. Only a fool talks all one time. But fintech will be one of the beneficiaries of this technology. And again, that will be an area that will bring in new revenues. And we'll file that on more to come. Mr. Speaker, we are also looking at eventually how cryptocurrency will be able to benefit from these new technologies that we are bringing in. No, I'm not saying that we're replacing the US dollar, because I can see some of them with the headline already. But you have to look ahead. Mr. Speaker, when we look and we see with the Virgin Islands trade, again, Mr. Speaker, we have heard a lot about what has been done, but this government is the one who have executed it. With more legislations to come with the junior minister of trade, their revenue to go. And she's going to be flying soon. A woman of essence, of good stock, is going to go through the whole of this territory and revolutionize how the Virgin Islands trade is going to do business. And yes, using technology. And yes, it is good to have a junior minister who's not in cabinet, especially a female going out there and working hard. to revolutionize how trade will be done. And not only trade department as we know it, but change the paradigm, a paradigm shift on how trade overall will be done, because this territory is maturing and trade is going to become more important than ever. So, Mr. Speaker, we look and see in terms of even tourism, how the Junior Minister of Tourism is going out in the public soon to be able to, another female, to look about the tourism product, and technology is going to play a very important role, because very soon, Mr. Speaker, we're going to be announcing some plans with certain sectors of tourism and certain sectors. I don't want to go too much further with it, because I've learned my lesson in this little place, but that will allow some new revenues to come in this territory, Mr. Speaker, even in the midst of COVID-19. I'm really excited, and this government is excited, because there's a lot coming, Mr. Speaker, so that we would not mistake the absence of noise for the lack of activity. And yes, Mr. Speaker, it is correct, we must have a uniform approach with all the technology to make sure it speaks to each other. That goes without saying, and that is something that we are working towards. But it's better to make a baby step forward than an athletic step backward. So, Mr. Speaker, we're not only waiting until technology comes, but we're training our people in the marine and solar training on the Minister of Education through the college, getting our people prepared for the next wave. Mr. Speaker, we also see that we're revitalizing the way we do business overall, because it's not about making sure we do it locally, but to do it as we all have been saying all the time since we took office, to do it internationally and, for the better choice of word, globally. Your home, Mr. Speaker, can be the shopping center of the world once you have the right product. And with the technology and the legislations we are passing to be able to mushroom how people do business with government and private in this territory, the sky is no longer the limit. The universe is now your playing ground. And this government has been known not just to pass things, but to implement them. So we shouldn't worry about them just passing here, Mr. Speaker, today, and then when we pass them, they don't see them again. Implementation is key. And that is what we're working towards, Mr. Speaker, implementation. Mr. Speaker, it is not for me to explain that if these have been worked on so long, why they haven't come to the houses yet. That's not a conversation for me. It will be for those who do not want to give us any credit for bringing them. Because when I check the file, Mr. Speaker, these and some other things have been worked on. One good friend of mine, he can't pronounce a Y, he has said for years. And they reach. Mr. Speaker, I realize that helping the people of these Virgin Islands is becoming a challenge, because more and more persons are trying to put roadblock so the people of these Virgin Islands would not experience the help that they need. And we know that is because of ulterior motives. But you, as a leader, have to see through those and pray to God for wisdom to continue to move forward, to help the people of the Virgin Islands. Right now, when I'm here talking, Mr. Speaker, it's so clear in my spirit that those measuring every word that I said to see how they can stop progress, but put it under the disguise of evaluating whether they have a plan. And we can get more people help, Mr. Speaker, in these Virgin Islands once persons go to their job and realize that their job is about making sure that they create a life for others, born and unborn. Every one of my ministers, when they get to the office, I mean, none reach their office before me, but that's because a little older, and the step isn't as quick. But every one of them, and every one in the government, when they start calling, they're pregnant with ideas, ready to deliver. I know it, and that's why I like working with this group. We have Honorable Shireen that will start calling from 5. But the good thing is she will start with a prayer first, then she calls. But that's because of the desire to see us move to the next level. And then you have Honorable Smith, would call around 7 when he's done gardening. And then the Honorable Sherry, well, she's a young person, so she just called all the way through the night. She's up, waiting, how can we move to the next level? I wouldn't even talk about the Minister of Health. He's the master at what's happening every minute. What's next? How are we going to move forward with these things? The passion for the people to fulfill their purpose is what is driving this government. And I'm going to tell you, Mr. Speaker, this online legislation that we're doing right now will not be understood by many, So there will be those who still on the street saying, don't mind what they're doing in here, it doesn't add up to nothing because it's not what you call a politically sexy topic at the face value. The younger generation would have a better understanding, but even to them would say, well, how will this help? But right now we are handicapped to use these technologies in a lot of ways through government because there's no legal vessel to ensure protection. There's no legal vessel to allow for transactions. There's no legal vessel to make sure that we confine how persons operate within the gamut of the law because there was no law. But now there will be. And when you add this on to what we have already passed, which is a Cybercrime Act, which should have been used more, but because at the time we were passing it against the liking of some, but it has to be used. They can dance around it all they want. It has to be used. That was an innovative piece of legislation that came through this House, and it superseded all of this. And I cannot forget the CTU, who during COVID and even before helped us to refine some of these legislation, given what happened with COVID and still happening with COVID. And Mr. Speaker, all of this is going to lead to increased revenues. And that is the most important part for government. It is extremely important because a lot of the old ways to bring in revenue in this territory either going to be dried up or going to be significantly reduced, and we have to continue to look ahead. That's why we're looking ahead in all these other areas, fintech, cryptocurrency, virgin shipping registry, all of them. You could go on, and I wouldn't even name some more, Mr. Speaker, because there are plenty more. That's why, Mr. Speaker, we have to make sure that we continue to prepare our people for the new BVI, but prepare them in such a way that they learn patience, which can only be given by God, to navigate us through these uncharted waters, because just how we are seeing that the BVI is going to be even greater in the future, there are those who see it also. And because of their experience in bigger countries, they already seen some of these things and feel that they can come and cut us off in certain areas that they know that we have to cross so that they can be the ones who will control this greater future and that we will be in the back seat. We have to wake up and, as Brother Thomas used to say, watch the game. Wake up. When these kind of legislation are passed to revolutionize how we do business and use online as the vehicle to expand and modernize our businesses and create new businesses and also create linkage industries to existing industries. When these are created, this is not giving a man a fish, but this is teaching a man to fish. And as a matter of fact, this is actually helping the man or woman to get his boat to go and fish. Mr. Speaker, all we have to do is create the frameworks so that our people can move forward together. It doesn't matter who starts it, as long as it started, but give them credit. But it also matters who executes it. Because, as Bishop Klein said, where there is a vision and you do not move, the people still will perish. There were other people who were wishing that they had followed through with inventing the light bulb, but they didn't. There were other people who were wishing that they had followed through on how to invent airplanes, but they didn't. There were people who were wishing that they had followed through on how to invent basketball, because there's also some theory about other persons who started with those who invented it, but they didn't. Mr. Speaker, there'll always be persons who started or had a vision with certain things. And that's why I encourage people to stop living a life of what if. My side does have to hold me back from bringing legislation, Mr. Speaker, because I believe to push forward. Because when the time comes for retirement, not a human being gonna catch me on a little cut down smuggler's cove singing, "Boy, I wonder what happened if I had do this. I wonder what happened if I had do that. I wonder what happened if we had passed this legislation and didn't mind the noise." That would not be the legacy I enjoy for I. As long as I'm convinced that that's the will of God for the people, we're going forward with it in Jesus' name, and we're going to do the most calculated risk, or the most calculated risk that we can do to make sure that we did it so generations unborn would benefit. And we have leadership that show that. H.L. Stout is not known for the one who was there when the financial services passed the legislation. But the debate goes on that he was the one that walked on it, but he lost. And the late C.B. Romney came in and they passed it. But I don't have to look that far back. As I said before, I worked hard on the 2004 Education Act, but I lost in 2003. And it was passed in 2004. I can't go growling and groaning that, well, they didn't give me credit. It's not my act. No, it's passed for the benefit of the people, but the government that was in place moved forward with it much faster than I did, with more help than I had, and I give them credit. But every inch of that act, I could tell you about it. Honorable Julian Fraser saw the need for the street lights, and one little thing put them by the roundabout, everyone wanted to remember him for. But what about all the other good that he did? Now look, the joy of the street lights, the stoplights, sorry. But you see, there are some people who will always exist, whose mouths are larger and louder. They're in the minority, but they're louder, and the only thing they want you to be remembered for once you're not in their status quo, in their group, is for your mistakes. The greatest challenge in this territory is for us to stop living a life of recognizing people's mistakes only, so that we can doom them from what is ahead. That's why I tell persons all the time, you have to be strong to live in a small country, because your little mistake you make from boyhood, they bring it straight up with you all when you're a man in a joke form, or yet they're trying to define you. And that's why I tell people in the Virgin Islands, don't allow anyone to become in the boardroom of your mind. That's why I'm an unconventional premier. I don't hang out certain places so they feel that I don't understand what's happening, I don't have a plan. No, because I ain't there chattering with you all the time. Look around and see what we have done. Nobody handles COVID-19 the way this government handled it without a plan. The point about it is this government just don't have a plan alone. We also execute. And the same thing we're doing right now, executing to put in place these electronic data. Be careful who's in the boardroom of your mind in life in general, especially when you live in a small country like the BVI. Be careful. If you have an idea, surround yourself with persons who are going to get your idea going, who believe in a vision and move forward with it. And speaking to all the people of the Virgin Islands as we do these bills, it's very important. We have a lot of dream killers in this place. A lot of naysayers, and a lot of them that think that they can frighten you off or make you buckle because they can go in social media and go other places and say all kind of things, and because you're responding, they think they have a free runway to your future to decide what your future is going to be as if they are God. I ask the people of the territory, use whatever been passed now in these hollow walls of this house to better your future. You see us moving towards renewable energy, start to study that, go to the college, better yourself. You see us going towards the marine, start to study that, better yourself. You see us going to Virgin Islands Shipping Registry to register more ships and to do many things, become a quantity surveyor, become different things, start to study that and better yourself. Because when opportunity meets preparation, purpose is born. And what we're doing here now with these legislations for online, executing them, bringing them to life after nearly 16 years, as we've been told based on certain numbers that I'm hearing in this house, is making sure that the opportunity is available. What all people have to continue to do, or do if you have not as yet, is prepare yourself. It's very important. Make sure you're in the correct position to possess your possession. And that only could be through preparation. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to be part of this government because I cannot do it alone. Who's going to get a lot of these things done for the people of the Virgin Islands? So these electronic bills will not only work out for locally, but also globally. I already seen, Mr. Speaker, and Truffle and other companies who started right here and started to develop and started, Ms. Fraser, and started to develop beyond. And these legislation will only help to protect her online business more and to mushroom into many other areas. This is what a government does, makes its people better by putting opportunities in place so that their dreams, providing that their dreams are the dreams and aspirations and the will of God for their life, so that that can come true. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that with the increase of technology in government, I want to also say that it is time to concentrate on a human resource audit in government before we get involved in transformation, so that we can know what exists, so that we can understand what we are transforming from and to. Because the way government is moving through all this technology, you cannot be increasing manpower when you have more technology. That's an oxymoron. So you now have to make sure that you, with the technology, we now repurpose some of our people and also strengthen our private sector so that we don't have to be increasing the size of government. And I'll say this too, Mr. Speaker, the technology is coming at a crucial time, because I've said in meetings privately and I say it publicly, after being in government, out of government for so many years, and in the opposition, and finally getting back into government, be it that as a premier, I recognize what the pressures are with the public service. It's not what persons are looking at. That's not the issue. It's not if we have all qualified people here or not. That still isn't the main issue, piece of the issue, because they can't get in to where they need to get in because of the bureaucracy in the system. It is because the quantity of persons with the capability to move a territory that's competing globally is limited. In other words, Mr. Speaker, I have found out that the existing system of government with the public service is doing exceptionally well and being criticized way too much for operating in such a manner where they have to maintain international standards and keep up with the rest of the world, because the BVI is small, but the Jamaicans say we talawa. So we have to compete in financial services. We have to stay true to all the good governance, which we must. We have to make sure with FTF and all of them, FATF and all of them, to make sure that we stay Financial Action Task Force, that we stay current, and that calls for more manpower, it calls for more measures. So, and then, Mr. Speaker, Minister comes in and he has to answer nearly close to 50 mails a day. And that's being conservative. And that's only the paper mail, that's not the email, that's not the WhatsApp, that's not the phone calls. And the system still wants to operate as if it was 15 years ago. And there's more demand on public officers and elected officials. So I have told them that we have to do restructuring. We have to do a human resource audit, because we're going into technology, but yet you're hearing more and more of them coming asking for more people. How could you be getting more technology and increasing people, the number of employees? I was reading here someday that even soon lawyers are going to become extinct, because they're going to have technology where you could dial in, not UAG, dial in and ask a question, general question, so only certain caliber of lawyers will exist. Research it and you'll see. So if the technology trying to reduce certain levels of lawyers, what else you think not going to be reduced? So we have to stay ahead of the curve. That's why I come in here and I always say, like Hastings and them what come up with these hiking and these different things. Every minute now you're seeing somebody going on a hiking, and that's good. That's what you call being innovative in the middle of a pandemic. Innovation is what's going to take this territory out of the brinks of where some would like to carry towards disaster. And as your leader, Mr. Speaker, for the time allotted to me to be so, we will take those chances to move forward in the best interest of the people according to God's will for each of us and this territory. So this Electronic Filing Act, Mr. Speaker, enhances and modernizes the legal framework that we are putting together in the suite of legislation. The Electronic Filing Act, Mr. Speaker, it's very important that we understand all these areas that we are working on. And Mr. Speaker, having said that, I know doing business in the BVI is going to be quite a joy when all these areas start to function and come together as one, and many other areas that I have not named as yet. But I took the time to try to do a little more justice for the people of the territory to understand what we are in here doing and where we are going. What are we walking towards? Why are we in here talking? It's not just talk. This is walking the walk and talking the talk and protecting the data that we are talking about also. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I want to state clearly that I'm proud of the level of debate that was done in this honorable House. It showed our maturity. It couldn't brew. We showed our maturity, Mr. Speaker, in this honorable House. And I want to congratulate everyone that's involved. And when the record is written, it will show that we all came together to agree on these suite of legislation, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that this now debate be closed and that we move into the committee stage where we go through clause by clause. I thank you.
I thank the mover of the motion for his wrap-up. Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Electronic Filing Act 2019 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Electronic Filing Act 2019.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. This House is in committee. Honourable members, this House now resumes its sitting. Members have deliberated the Electronic Filing Act 2019 in committee and has reviewed it clause by clause. I now call upon the Premier and move of the motion to report.
Speaker, that was one of the most fruitful committee stages that we have had in quite a while. It was a range of topics, but I have come out of it unscathed. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I'm glad to report. There was an amendment, Edie? Yes, thank you. 2021. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Electronic Filing Act 2021 or 2019 has been passed through committee with amendments. Now, Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Electronic Filing Act 2021 be read a third time as passed as amended.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded. Is there a second? Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Electronic Filing Act 2019 be now read a third time and pass as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Electronic Filing Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. I now call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance to move a motion for another bill entitled Electronic Transactions Act 2019.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise with all pleasure to move the second and third reading of the bill entitled Electronic Transactions Act 2019. I move that the bill shortly entitled Electronic Transactions Act 2019 be read a second time. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, I'd like to state that this is a continuation of the e-government suite of legislations that we are working on. We have already passed in this honorable House the Data Protection Act 2021, Electronic Transfer of Funds Act 2021, Electronic Filing Act 2021, and now we are doing the Electronic Transaction Act 2021, and this bill seeks to enhance and modernize the legal framework relating to electronic transactions as is currently provided for in the Electronic Transaction Act 2001. In so doing, it would facilitate electronic governance by public authorities, as well as electronic commerce by providing for the transfer of information and records by electronic means. And this bill will also seek to promote the development of the legal and business infrastructure necessary to implement secure electronic commerce and foster the development of electronic commerce through the use of secure electronic signatures to lend authenticity and integrity to correspondence in any electronic medium. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a little longer than the others, 36 clauses. And Mr. Speaker, what this also does now, among many other things, is now make sure that a signature is on the electronic documents is now fully accepted as the person's signature and within legal domain. As we know, Mr. Speaker, some persons still do not recognize emails or documents that are sent with electronic signatures. And the question sometimes arises, in some domain, is it legal? Does the law recognize it? But Mr. Speaker, this not only recognizes it, but it preserves the integrity of the process in terms of the legal framework to allow it to happen and also to make sure that it is within the gamut of the law in terms of the person's security of their signature and also in terms of the person receiving it, that they can acknowledge that this is an acceptable legal document. Mr. Speaker, all this does again is the value add to the e-government suite of legislation that this government is now passing to make sure we revolutionize how business is done in the Virgin Islands. And again, it allows persons in all the diaspora of the BVI and beyond to do business in the BVI or with the government of the Virgin Islands with their electronic signature, with documents, with all different datas and be fully protected. It, Mr. Speaker, is what you call the modern age technology, Mr. Speaker, that we are doing to make sure that the territory continues to move from good to great and continue to excel into the new paradigm of the new BVI, which will strongly depend on most of the businesses being done electronically. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill, the Electronic Transaction Act 2019, is now the fourth one in the suite of legislation that will allow now, Mr. Speaker, persons to do even more transactions than just pay bills, Mr. Speaker, in the BVI. For example, Mr. Speaker, now again, I repeat, for this bill, it allows persons from Jocelyn Dykes to do business without leaving Jocelyn Dykes with the central government or even other private enterprises and have the law on its side. Mr. Speaker, as I'm speaking right now, persons would recall that there's so much shower of blessings coming down that will tell the approval of these bills into the new paradigm of the Virgin Islands. So, Mr. Speaker, having said that, I now move, Mr. Speaker, that a debate on this bill be had. And, Mr. Speaker, after that, and I wrap up, we'll go into the committee stage. So I so do move. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The bill has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for debate. Electronic Transactions Act 2019. With no one indicating their wish to debate, I call upon the mover of the motion to summarize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank everyone for such a robust debate where, Mr. Speaker, we were beaming with support coming from each other's eyes. Mr. Speaker, given that kind of overwhelming support, I would like to say that I'm glad that we are in one accord with this bill, as so we have been with the others. And, Mr. Speaker, now I move that we go into the committee stage, and then from there, Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Electronic Transactions Act 2019 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I therefore call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Electronic Transactions Act 2019.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. This House is in committee. Honorable members, this House now resumes its sitting. Honorable members again have deliberated another bill. They have gone through the Electronic Transactions Act clause by clause. I therefore call on the mover of the motion, the Honorable Premier and Leader of Government's Business, to report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been such an enjoyable committee stage. And now, Mr. Speaker, that we have moved forward, it's with joy, and I thank God that we have now finished the last one of the first suite of e-government legislation and e-commerce legislation for technology. And I rise to say, Mr. Speaker, that I beg to report that the bill entitled Electronic Transaction Act 2019 has passed through committee with amendments. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the bill entitled Electronic Transaction Act 2019 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Electronic Transactions Act 2019 be now read a third time and pass as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Electronic Transactions Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. With that said, I call again upon the Premier and Leader of Government Business to introduce the Audio Visual Link Amendment Act 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to move a motion for the I had some notes here and I dropped some other notes, but I have some of my own. Thank you, but you can never have too much. So thank you, Sergeant Iams. Mr. Speaker, I move for the second and third reading of the bill entitled Audio Visual Link Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Audio Visual Link 2020 be read a second time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, allow me some notes. Mr. Speaker, this bill, Mr. Speaker, is a very simple amendment, so to speak, where the bill seeks to amend the Audio Visual Link Act 2017, number 25 of 2017, which is the principal act. And Mr. Speaker, we're looking at a few areas that will allow certain proceedings in the court now to be done through different means, and even for witnesses, etc. Even in terms of persons who may have had health emergencies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so we're trying to provide for modernizing the justice system, so to speak, so that persons who may, for one reason or the other, cannot physically appear, Mr. Speaker, can also be recognized by the court through this methodology. Mr. Speaker, this is, again, one of cutting edge, so that we can make sure that even a judiciary, Mr. Speaker, of which the Attorney General I know will speak right after me and say even further, but one in which our judiciary also will benefit from us modernizing the way that we perform or carry out our duties in both government and the judiciary in a more modernized manner, using technology and the different forms of technology in areas where persons may not be able to be physically present, or in areas where you may not want them to be physically present, based on whatever the case may be. So, Mr. Speaker, there are certain rules in the judiciary under the laws that are allowed and some that are not allowed based on technology, and it becomes necessary to amend the law so that all the areas of technology would be able to now be admissible, as we would say, to the court and allowed to be the instruments used for persons to appear in the court in the times when they cannot do it physically. So, Mr. Speaker, although it's a simple amendment, it is a needed one. It will assist significantly in accelerating a lot of cases for in the court system. And, Mr. Speaker, again, anything that can help the backlog that our judiciary experiences and to also facilitate them in their work to make it more effective and efficient is the way to go. And as the Premier, I'm extremely glad that we are being able to make this amendment so that we can make our judiciary more effective and efficient. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I raise the second motion.
Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on the Audio Visual Link Amendment Act 2020. I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development, the Honourable Carvin Malone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It just caught my eyes in the section 3A, I think it is, 3A 1B. There exists, for the purpose of this act, audio video link may be used where there exists a health emergency or public health emergency of local, regional, or international concern in the territory, such as an epidemic or a pandemic, and health measures under the Public Health Act, the Quarantine Act, and the Infectious Disease Act. So we know of the importance of this as we are still in the trials of a global pandemic, and I think that this will be timely, and I think that certain aspects of this may have been utilized during this pandemic, and it is proper that all members support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the territorial member for his contributions. Floor is still open. Having seen no other member wishing to debate, I call upon the Premier to wrap up.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are many comparative legislation in other jurisdictions that gives a clear indication of what this amendment to the act can do or is projected to do similar, because it seeks to enable greater use of audiovisual links in the court's proceedings. As well, Mr. Speaker, it allows witnesses to give evidence via live link in certain criminal proceedings. The act also, in similar acts, which is the same for here, that enables adult defendants to attain certain preliminary sentencing and enforcement proceedings via visual links. Mr. Speaker, so there are many areas and facets of this bill, Mr. Speaker, that will help enhance and also speed up the processes in the courtroom. And anything to speed up justice being administered is a positive thing. And with that in mind, I'm glad that we're here to have this done at this time. And the Attorney General, A.G. Smith, I want to commend you and your team. Yes, this has been worked on from even the last Attorney General, but it's very crucial. It's a crucial piece of legislation. And hopefully none of us in here would have to use it. But you never know. You may be caught away and be sick, and you have to appear at the court, and now you can request of the court to allow you to appear through this medium, or other means may pop up where you have to use this, because you never know where you end up in life. But at least what we're doing now is modernizing the ability and capability of the courts to widen their scope and ability and capability, to handle much more matters that are pending without unnecessary delays. This is innovation, this is progress, and this is your government working for you. So, Mr. Speaker, I commit this to the committee stage, and then after that, to come out and pass this so that our judiciary would have one more modern piece of legislation and tools to help to reduce in a more timely manner some of the backlogs that exist as a result of the need to have such legislation in place. It will not be the only reason or the only solution, but at least it will assist with some of those cases that will fall within the gamut, in the confines of what this amendment will do with the audio-visual link. So I commit this to the House, Mr. Speaker, to go through the committee and go through clause by clause. I thank you.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Audio Visual Link Amendment Act 2020 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Audio-Visual Link Amendment Act 2020.
Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. This House is now in committee. This House has now resumed its sitting. Members have deliberated on the Audio Visual Link Amendment Act 2020, clause by clause. I call upon the mover of the motion to report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's again a pleasure to know that we have went through the Audio Visual Link Amendment Act 2020 to make the proceedings of the court even more efficient and to further strengthen their ability to handle much more matters that may be pending even more effectively, efficiently, and in shorter order than is currently the case, and by allowing persons to use this technology to be able to act as either witnesses or if they happen to have health reasons why they couldn't be back in a plethora of areas. So the courts are much stronger now due to the work of this government and the Attorney General and this House. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I beg to report the bill entitled Audio Visual Link Amendment Act 2020 has passed through committee with amendments. Mr. Speaker, so I move that the bill entitled Audio Visual Link Amendment Act 2020 be read a third time and passed as amended.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Audiovisual Link Amendment Act 2020 be now read a third time and pass as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Therefore, I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a third time.
This act may be cited as the Audio Visual Link Amendment Act 2021.
The bill has been read a third time and passed with amendments. Okay, we now move on. I call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have the following motion, and be it resolved that we have this motion that we're going to go into committee stage first, and then we're going to come out of the committee stage because under the procedural of additional provisions, procedural 9 on page 9, we have it there, Mr. Speaker. 1 minute. Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do resolve itself in the committee of the whole House to consider the schedule of additional provisions, Mr. Speaker, number 2 of 2019, Mr. Speaker. So I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
A motion has been moved and seconded that this House resolve itself into a committee of the whole to consider the schedule of additional provision number 2 of 2019. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. This House is now in committee. This House now resumes its sitting. I now call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance.
I rise to beg to report that the schedule of additional provision number 2 of 2019 were examined in detail and have passed through committee stage with amendments. Mr. Speaker, I now read a motion. Be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the supplementary estimates set out in the schedule which represent monies to be expended under their respective heads in variation of the amount appropriated by the Appropriation Act 2019. Number 2 of 2019 as follows. A recurrent expenditure of $877,900 to be charged against the consolidated fund of the territory. So this is the motion here, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is
4. Yes, because it has been amended. Number 4 of 2019. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll just read over that little part because we have amended that inside of the committee stage just now. That be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the supplementary estimates set out in the schedule which represent monies to be expended under their respective heads in variation of the amount appropriated by the Appropriation Act 2019, number 4 of 2019 as follows. A recurrent expenditure $877,900 to be charged against the consolidated fund of the territory. Mr. Speaker, with this is just a cleanup exercise. As we know that governments after governments, and it's something that would be difficult to ever change. You will budget monies to be spent in one area, but as you get going in the year, you may notice that you have some savings in one area and you need to transfer it to another area. But given that we're dealing with public funds and the money was already approved by the House of Assembly for one particular vote with a specific amount, no matter how it moves around, you still have to account for the movement of those funds and whatever new head that they would go into, along with if you have received any additional money other than what was originally budgeted for. So it's really a cleanup exercise, and we have seen that since we've taken office that we try to do these cleanup exercises in a more timely manner. We're now in 2021, and we have come to make sure that we clean these up so that we can continue to work hard towards having our accounts updated and having our audited financial statements be worked on to be updated. So, Mr. Speaker, I now have moved this motion, and I thank all members for their input during the committee stage prior to this. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Mr. Speaker, the motion.
Thank you, members. The floor is now open for debate. T19. Minister for Health, wish to be recognized.
Rise to support the motion as it is correct to do the SAP cleaning up, even when there's no net increase in each of the heads, but just to, each of the ministries, it's just to clean up the vote. So it's timely, a little bit late, but it's done. Thank you.
Territorial Member and Minister for Health and Social Development, the Honorable Carvin Malone. Is there any other member wishing to make a contribution? Haven't noticed any one other member wishing to speak, I call upon the Minister of Finance to wrap up the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank all the members for their input. And as the Minister of Health said is right to do, it is, to the contrary, not late. It actually came on the order paper twice late last year, but given the length of the order paper, it was deferred both times and now reached into 2021, or as it would have already been regularized in 2020. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the members for their input, and we'll continue to make sure that we're put on with the finances of this territory. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier. It has been moved and seconded that the House approves the sum of the detailed schedule, additional provision number 4 of 2019. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed as amended. I call again on the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance for his second supplementary appropriation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House, this Honorable House, do resolve itself in the Committee of the whole House to consider the schedules of additional provision number 10 of 2019.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Members, let's take a 1-minute recess. This House is in recess. Please be seated. This honorable House resumes its sitting. I now call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that that the Honorable House do resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the schedules, whole Honorable House to consider the schedules of additional provisions number 2 of 2020.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
A motion has been moved and seconded that the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the schedule of additional provision number 2 of 2020. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. This House is in committee. resume its sitting. I call upon the Minister of Finance to report.
To report that the schedules of additional provisions number 2 of 2020 were examined in detail and have passed through committee stage with amendments. Mr. Speaker, I now move the motion. Be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the supplementary estimates set out in the schedule, which represents monies to be expended under their respective heads in excess or in variation of the amount appropriated by the Appropriation Act 2020 number 10 of 2019 as follows. A, recurrent expenditure of $17,878,190, of which Roman numeral 1, $11,599,618 to be expended in excess of the appropriated amount, and 2, Roman numeral 2, $6,278,572 to be expended in variation of the appropriated amount. And B, capital acquisition expenditure of $764,046, of which 1, $271,421 to be charged against the development fund of the territory by way of funds transferred from the consolidated fund. And Roman numeral 2, $492,625 to be expended in variation of the appropriated amount. C, development expenditure of $3,111,608, of which Roman numeral 1, $219,400 to be charged against the development fund of the territory by way of funds transferred from the consolidated fund. And Roman numeral 2, $2,892,208 to be expended in variation of the appropriated amount. Mr. Speaker, I read that, and I now, Mr. Speaker, state that this here is exercise to ensure that we do the cleanup exercise of monies, not so much only new monies, but monies where you might have had savings in certain areas that you needed to transfer in other areas, but because it's public funds, you have to account for the money, even if you transfer it to use it other places and it was not new monies. So it's really a cleanup exercise. But what is good about it, Mr. Speaker, is that when we took office, we have found there were plenty years behind, but we are trying to clean up these expenditures, or we call them supplementary appropriations. We're trying to make sure we clean them up very quickly and do not have a long delay. So, Mr. Speaker, we are glad to have come to this House to do these in a timely manner as is stipulated by the Public Finance Management Act and the Constitution of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, I so move, and I wait for the second and allow for the debate.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Members, the floor is now open for debate. With no members catching my eye, indicating to speak, I call upon the mover of the motion and the Minister of Finance to summarize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank everyone for the input in that debate. And Mr. Speaker, we have now been able to regularize any amendments to the expenditures that were in 2019 and some in 2020. in a record time, Mr. Speaker, so that we can keep the accounts of this territory as up to date and current as possible. We thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the House approve the sums of money detailed in the schedule of additional provision number 10 of 2019. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed as amended. Okay, members, I'm requesting a 2-minute break, 2 minutes recess, and then we'll resume. So this House is in recess for 2 minutes. House is in recess. Please be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. Moving right along on the order of the day, I now call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move the following motion. Whereas it is necessary for the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands to approve a total contribution of $778,000 by the government of the Virgin Islands to the Caribbean Development Bank's Special Development Fund for the 10th cycle for a 4-year period commencing 1st January 2021 to 31st December 2024. Now therefore be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands now approves that the government of the Virgin Islands contributes a sum of $778,000 to the 10th cycle of the Caribbean Development Bank's Special Development Fund to be paid in annual installments of $194,500 over a 4-year period from 1st January 2021 to 31st December 2024, payment being made in each case to be a charge against the development fund of the territory. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir. This is the annual amount what the BVI has to put towards the Caribbean Development Bank Special Development Fund. All the territories that support CDB have to contribute a certain amount of fund per year. And all this is doing now is making sure that we keep our commitment with CDB. So, Mr. Speaker, I so move that motion.
Mr. Chair, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate on the motion. I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Carvin Malone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Short intervention, and from what I have known of the BVI's interaction with CDB, we have been always a good partner, a good contributor in terms of making sure that we're up on our commitments with CDB, and I think that here again, it proves this, and CDB, through the period of the storms of 2017, and even in the era of pandemics, they've been able to revise certain of the provisions in the they've made available to the Virgin Islands, and I'd like to thank you time to time. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I support this.
I thank the territorial member for his contribution. I recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities and member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just make a brief contribution, Mr. Speaker, in support of making sure that we honor our commitment to CDB. We understand this has been a long-standing relationship, and it's always good to know that you have nothing to worry about when you go to certain institution. And Mr. Speaker, as we go through this pandemic, we understand the importance of the CDB and the loans that they have provided for this territory. And probably now we have, through my ministry, we have quite a few projects that are ongoing, and they are all being done through the CDB loan. And most of these works are due to what took place during the 2017 hurricanes, and we are now actually getting the works completed, especially the Great Mountain Road. We had 2 projects there, the upper and the lower sections of Great Mountain. We had about 4 sections on the Ridge Road. We are doing an area above Bob's gas station where there was some road stabilization and drainage. And we have another area over at Ballast Bay where we're repairing the gut. All this is being done through CDB, Mr. Speaker. And, I stand in support of maintaining our commitment and this relationship with CDB. I say thank you for this contribution, Mr. Speaker, as the night has been long spent. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for the 5th District. I recognize the Deputy Premier and Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries and Agriculture, and member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honourable Natalio D. Wheatley.
Mr. Speaker, I also would like to show support for this resolution and show support for the Caribbean Development Bank as an institution. We all know what the Caribbean Development Bank has meant to us since the storms of 2017 and the $65 million loan that was secured to help us with our recovery. And as we haven't gotten any loans since then, that's really has been what we've relied on to recover thus far, along with the funds from Consolidated Fund. And I would just like to say that as a government, we were able to get that $65 million loan going by prioritizing projects. And we got into office and we took a look at all of the recovery projects that needed to be done. Certainly we shifted away from development projects and for our own economy. And certainly my ministry has benefited. We've been able to get ICT equipment. We've been able to get funds through student loans. We've been able to do infrastructural projects in education. And certainly we're looking forward to continuing a strong partnership with the CDB into the future. Mr. Speaker, again, I support this resolution, and I thank you for the opportunity to support this motion. Thank you.
I thank the member for the 7th District for his contribution. Floor remains open. With no other member wishing to speak, I call upon the Honourable Premier to summarize and wrap up the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for all who have participated in the debate. Mr. Speaker, there's no secret that CDB has a significant role that they play in the lives of all of us in the Caribbean and even beyond. And we are glad to be contributors to their Special Development Fund. And also we thank them for all that they continue to do, not only for us, but the entire Caribbean diaspora. So, Mr. Speaker, with that note, we are just merely ensuring that we continue to give our yearly contribution towards the fund, as we have committed to do over the years. And this motion is just to ensure that we go through the legal domains that exist for us to ensure that this is done. So we thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Premier. Honourable members, the motion before the House concerning the BVI's annual contribution to the Caribbean Development Bank has been moved and seconded. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I now call upon the Premier and Minister of Finance, who will be moving a motion on behalf of the Minister for Natural Resources, Labour and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion. Whereas Section 3.1 of the Statutory Rates, Fees and Charges Act 2005, number 28 of 2005, herein after referred to as the Act, provides that where any enactment power is given to the House of Assembly, the Governor, Cabinet, a Minister, or any other person or statutory body, A, to impose or vary rates, fees, or other charges, B, to grant exemptions with respect to rates, fees, or other charges, C, to approve the imposition or variation of rates, fees, or other charges, or the granting of exemptions with respect to rates, fees, and other charges, whether by resolution, regulations, order, or other statutory instruments, and whether on the advice and recommendation of or after consultation with any person, body, or authority that power may be exercised by Cabinet by means of an order amending the schedule. Whereas Section 3, subsection 2 of the Act provides that where such an order is made, it shall be subject to an affirmative resolution of the House of Assembly. Whereas the Cabinet, in exercise of the powers conferred on it by Section 3, subsection 1 of the Act, made the statutory rates, fees, and charges amendment of Schedule Order 2021, the order on the 10th day of February 2021 to amend Part 45 of the schedule to introduce a new fee for expedited work permits. Whereas the order was published in the Gazette on the 11th day of February 2021 by way of advance notice, and whereas the order is laid on the table of the House of Assembly on the 9th day of March 2021, now therefore be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the order laid on the table of the House of Assembly on the 9th day of 2021. Mr. Speaker, as I move this motion, it's very simple. It is a motion to ensure that the varied fee that will be charged for expedited work permits now, Mr. Speaker, be allowed to come into order. And also, as a new revenue maker, it allows persons who want to be able to take advantage of that service of getting expedited work permits for a certain fee, a little higher than all the others, to now take advantage of this service. So, Mr. Speaker, in order to vary any fee, we would have to bring it to the House. So that's all this motion is doing, Mr. Speaker, giving us the legal authority to be able to vary the fee so that we can now charge certain fees according to the law for expedited work permits. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second a motion, and while I'm on my feet, I'll just give my contribution. Just to say, of course, this is a resolution by the Minister of Labor, and the Premier has brought it on his behalf. And I know that he has been working hard to ensure that we are more responsive to the needs of the business community, while at the same time certainly promoting the localization of the workforce. So he and I will be working closely because, of course, education has an important role to play in the localization of the workforce, but we know, of course, that we will still have the need to be able to bring certain skills into the territory. And he has ensured that through this expedited process, we don't have to wait as long because, of course, in business, time is money. And being able to get these work permits expedited much quicker will help certain sectors of the business community. So I'm looking forward as well to our putting these work permits fully online. We've already started that, of course, but for it to go fully online, we passed a suite of e-government legislation in this sitting, and the process for getting the work permits will be a lot more efficient, Mr. Speaker. With those few words, I will just say, Mr. Speaker, that I support the motion and support our whole program for being more responsive to the business community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 7th District for his contribution. Honorable members, the floor is open for debate on the new expedited fees for work permits. With no other member indicating their wish to make a contribution, I call on the mover of the motion to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank everyone who debated this motion. The debate was indeed robust. And I thank everyone for their support, because not all the time that everyone will speak on every motion, but that does not mean that they do not support it. So I thank my members for their support, their unwavering support. And I join with the Deputy Premier in his sentiments of making sure that we find ways to help expedite the work of the business community. And Mr. Speaker, some of them are willing to pay a little more for having the work permits and other areas expedited. And also, as the Deputy Premier rightfully said, we're moving to having them online. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank everyone for their input, and I so move, Mr. Speaker, with this motion.
Thank you. Honourable members, the motion before the House is concerning new fees for expedited work permits. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I further invite the Honourable Premier to move another motion that would have been brought by the Minister for Natural Resources, Labour and Immigration in regards to Social Security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, the Minister of Natural Resources and Labour and Immigration went to catch the ferry to get to Virgin Gorda, and we thank him for every day that he comes over to do his duties. And Mr. Speaker, that is why I always tell persons be sensitive to persons on the sister islands, and so is too I must commend my dear colleague, Honorable At-Large, that does the same, Honorable Shireen Flax Charles, but they both had to catch the ferry. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll be reading this on behalf of the Minister of Natural Resources, Labour and Immigration, for which the responsibilities of Social Security falls under. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move the following motion. Whereas Section 7, subsection 1 of the Social Security Ordinance, Cap 266, provides that the Cabinet shall appoint a fit and proper person to be the Director of the Social Security Board on such terms and conditions as are considered appropriate. Whereas Section 7, subsection 1A of the said ordinance provides that the Minister shall, before referring the matter of the appointment of the Director to the Cabinet, consult with the Board, and the appointment of the Director shall be subject to a negative resolution of the House of Assembly. Whereas Section 40, subsection 4 of the Interpretation Act, Cap 136, provides that an authority or person empowered by or under an enactment to appoint or designate a person to be a member of a statutory board or to perform any other functions may appoint or designate a person by name or direct the person for the time being holding such office as is specified in the direction to be such member or to perform such other functions, and it shall be the duty of the person or officer appointed, designated, or directed to perform the respective functions accordingly. And whereas the Cabinet has nominated Mrs. Jeanette Scatliff-Boynes as acting Director of the Social Security Board for a period of 6 months in the first instance with effect from 1st January 2021. Now therefore be it resolved that the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands approves the appointment of Mrs. Scatliff-Boynes as acting Director of the Social Security Board for a period of 6 months in the first instance with effect from 1st January 2021. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to say on my feet that we want to thank Ms. Antoinette Skelton for her hard work and dedication. We know that she has been granted pre-retirement leave, and we are very thankful for the work that she has done over the many, many years with the success of Social Security. Mr. Speaker, we will never forget all that she has done, and we, Mr. Speaker, are indeed grateful. And now we would have to ensure that there's someone at least acting in the position, and the law stipulates that such a position must be subjected to a negative resolution of the House of Assembly. And we have Mrs. Jeanette Scatliff-Boynes acting as the acting director of the Social Security Board, and we do wish her well in her acting appointment. And Mr. Speaker, I can also say for Mrs. Jeanette Scatliff-Boynes that she is a woman of integrity and has done well. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I beg the indulgence of my colleagues to have me second this. The honorable member for the 5th was on his feet already, but he's seated. I'd like to thank him very much. Basically because Sister Jeanette has been a person of which I have long admired for her professionalism. But as the Premier said, the mover of this, we have to go way back because we know that the Social Security have a long history in terms of Mr. Smith, who was the original director, and we have to give credit to those who have served in that institution, because it is an institution that has a history of success, an institution that we are all proud of for all of its achievements, its accomplishments. And as it moved from time to time, step to step, there are those persons who have seen it through its formative years, those persons who have seen its growth in ways unimaginable at first. But it has served and is serving its purpose. And in fact, it has carried the NHI in many ways. And it is through that institution, through that statutory body, through that parastatal, that we are able to look at the many donations that the institution have given to the Health Services Authority, to many of our other worthy services here in the Virgin Islands. Right now, they're in the midst of a housing program, which is very much needed, required in the Virgin Islands. And our dear sister, recently retired, Mrs. Skelton, have shepherded this. Because this is when you build persons to take over, because the transition was almost seamless in many regards. Are there differences of opinions at times? Yes. And I don't know of any institution that makes a difference where there isn't a differing of opinion from time to time. But of this we know, that the institution is successful, institution has been managed well, institution have been placed when Brother Joey had passed of blessed memory, that we were able to transition and transition well. Sister Jeanette is going to transition also in a seamless manner, because she's been there through the years, she's been there through the challenges, there through the successes of the institution, and I have no problem at all in fully supporting this venture, this particular exercise, this appointment, even if it's for 6 months, because I know by the time it is advertised, because we do not put in the advertisement the requirements of a nuclear scientist just to avoid the folks that can do this job. We don't need a nuclear scientist. We have a person there already. Put the requirements that will have our people rise, because we're not lowering the requirements, but we're not requiring our people out of a job. We're not going to put the requirements that will exempt our people who have done the job, who are doing the job, and who must do the job. I think that it is important for us to build our institutions, build our people, build our human resources in such a way that we can remain proud of our people in their training, in their studies, and in their endeavors. So I fully support this. I fully give the commendation. I fully give the accolades to a retired sister